Sorry about the false starts. I had to check to make sure that the dumb shit asshole was actually working correctly. And I'm not going to comment any further on it, because if I do, bad things will happen. Just how it works with my life. Now, anyway, let's get to find what I was trying to do yesterday, but what it was apparently vehemently allergic to doing. Oh, I've mentioned it. Stupid me. Keep your mouth shut about it no matter what, about any cases. Don't ever bring it up, and it won't ever have a problem. You absolute dumbass. Why did you fucking mention it? Now it's going to be horrible. Nah, you know what? Hold on. Hmm. Okay, I will try, but at the very first break that lasts for far too fucking long, I will have to call it. Simple as that. Simple as that. Because I am working with an actual brain dead child here for a program. A child that unfortunately just needs so much attention, and apparently you just sometimes gotta leave it alone. It's gotta leave it alone to cry itself out over what is upsetting it, even though, as far as you're able to tell, absolutely nothing is wrong. So yeah, be prepared to see me doing this a lot, as I keep track of the baby Bobo. I swear, this goes on for much longer, I very well might turn into an alcoholic because of this fucking program. And you just had an update too. Shouldn't this be fixed with it? I've been waiting for what feels like days. Well, don't fucking blame me. And eaten enough of Brook Evu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkelpacha, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkelpacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart, when it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Looking forward to getting some fighting in during this bit. It's like, come on, you can't give me new moves that work off of Atonement and then just not give me enough combat sections to use them. Ha! I'm back. That's a good one. Oh no, we're not riding the fluffy bastards, are we? May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca? Hell, we are. These animals can traverse Urkopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. They fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. Yeah, at least the birds look better, though, and didn't torment me throughout all of middle and high school. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yogg-Toral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I'm with her. I've got a ton of mounts that will just work just fine if you just gave me the currents. I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. Ah yes, right. They do that too. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, is my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? Really didn't see that coming, huh? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, but as you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Ah, so they're more trustworthy than Lalafels. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. Oh. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do. The only good llama that has ever existed was David Spade. I don't care that it was a llama instead of an alpaca, and that's mostly what messed with my youth, but it's still the same animal to me.
Stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
We've also had, like, thunderstorms, like short thunderstorms come through the area recently, but I'm pretty sure that's never been a problem. Like, Charter is one of the most bizarre ISPs when it comes to storms. Like, It'll work perfectly fine throughout a storm, but then like either the day before
So
or the
this
day
is
after,
Urquapacha.
it will suddenly have
I've
connection
never
issues,
actually
and I
been here
don't think that's
before.
what OBS is doing.
The air is so crisp and clear.
We have arrived at the wrong time because this place looks depressing as hell.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
I can't see a damn thing.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
It's stuff like this that makes me appreciate Dromund Kaas in the Old Republic having the same dark sky and rain the entire time. You're there no matter what. Like, I'm sorry, but this changing weather stuff just ruins scenes like this. Like, I just couldn't see the fucking thing because it's foggy and overcast.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places.
Who? Oh.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Also tell us why you're coming up to us.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrin Bello.
Truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch.
Why in the world would you do that?
The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's slime.
It's an Urquapacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Tequila.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end.
If they want to benefit both parties, they probably did that so that they wouldn't take advantage of someone who was inebriated.
But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
You know, I actually accidentally spoiled myself by reading someone else who was further along in the MSQ than I, and I get the feeling that I think I know who this is. And I don't know. I feel like it might be spoiled for me, but then again, all these cats look the same to me for the most part, unless they have like the sharp hardened whiskers or horns on them.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
You say that now.
Watchun Pello's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
Luckily for me, I already spent nearly all of my money on getting my Viper's gear upgraded.
It's right there.
Yeah, she could get lost that way. See? It's up to $5.97 now. Granted, it's a lot of white stuff, but hey, I still have to glam the Catillo stuff on it. I mean, fuck it. There's no pronouncing that word in the English language, or any language. Ah, the famous meme lord, and I forgot that gummit. I brought my sensor again. Alright. Attune. Alright, give me the experience points. I would love to get to leveling up soon. I'm really excited about my new attacks. This is it. Wakun Pelu, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. No, it is not. You come all this way for the rite of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with a future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. Uh-oh. Alright, so they may be more trustworthy than Lalafels, but they're no less opportunistic. And the nation's ruler should dress her best for adoring people, yes. Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, Third Promise, my wool-stock shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Ego stroking. What did we just talk about? Just pull her by her cat ear already, man. Just give her the Brock treatment. Ah, Shatona from the far-off Zakteral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. How to rotate the legs of this chair. Yeah, just give her the look. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? Yeah. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwittingly customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. Valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Aaronville's words of caution to heart. God, Estinian would be horrifically swindled here. Ah, very close. Can't wait. Ah, ears. Oh, lookout spot over there. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Kryl, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants. Wuklamat, you and Iraville might try approaching travelers and passerby. Pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay to the Third Promise. Let me check something real quick, though. Huh. Really? I can just fly here? You suck. Well, then again, I guess it just doesn't show until I actually have one on my very first one unlocked or something. Yeah, well, I thought I could get to there from here. I cannot. I like this music. It's nice. The Dawn Servant's Elector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't much care who sits their thrones so long as they keep Tyrell peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say? No. Just give me the info. Being but freshly returned from my training route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. It's definitely very dangerous to speak with these people on anything. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zor Al-Jah. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, in the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Yeah, right after the sword has gotten through, cleaving through them. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the Resilient Sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, would not. Very well, you said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zor Al-Jah or his policies. Ah, very clever of you. Ah, finally, sun. But there's still fog, so I probably won't be able to see that friggin' peak. Hello there, I'm Moblu. Do you have a question for me? How long until I run into a Pablo? Or a Pablu, as it might be. Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Blah, 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 blah. Nice and bouncy. Hopefully. Well, at the moment, that's the current closest one. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, only if they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. I don't know. Should we look for a big house? Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit before the others return. Because I'll have to be the one to tell you no, then. Sorry about that, I had to do something real quick. Check this merchant real quick, though. $90. I don't think it's any really different. Really any different, but let me just check real quick. Whoops. Yeah, those are the same, of course. Yeah, I think they look different, but they're still the same stats. Which is what I was hoping for. Alright, let's see. No, that's... Here we are. Wrong button. Alright, aiming. I can at least start working on getting a few replacements. Hey, look at that. That's a big boost. I like the Hyperborea clothes. They look cool. Anyway. Palaka earrings. Go away. Ah, makes me wish I had a lot of money. I don't know how everybody else has it. Well, I know they do crafting and then selling, which is supposed to be big money, but how do you make money when you don't want to do any of that? That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. I give her such a look. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Heh, so it's like a game. Easy enough, all I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone when we think might be Tobley. Mine certainly isn't. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Hopefully it'll make it obvious for me. Mablu, I don't know why I'm speaking to you. You're clearly named. Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Well, that's tricky. This is definitely something that would stumble Jaja. Big dumbass wouldn't be able to tell. You just threatened to kill everyone until the real one came forward. Ah, visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. He'd say he likes to talk about pungent. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third province and her entourage. Sharp instinct. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then? Clearly lying. Think I might be Tobley? Haha, well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. I am turning my phone on in preparation. Shut up! I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Uh-oh. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. It's the diligent one. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for the confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you've correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of Wakunpelo, and head rancher of the family ranch. That's what you call it? I am also one of Gulal Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Tuyalolo saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. So long as I have an internet connection. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity to had her bid ended here. And now the rain finally comes.
Psst. Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Mm-hmm. I did most of the work here. Uh-oh. Hello, Mr. Expansionist.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
Oh, shouldn't have done that.
You're Tobly.
Ooh. That's one way to do it. Ooh, I just noticed that his swords have, like a hole and a knot on them. Well, peg, I should say. You know what? It doesn't sound good either way. My guess is he is also a viper.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed.
Yeah, he just used his intimidation, that's all.
With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
It seems to be a way they speak. And they say, like, in the somethings column, in the ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, etc. They think in decimal places.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Okay. What's the catch?
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Hideous.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
You are just triggering her, you know.
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
Yeah, gross.
Ah!
Hey, there's the peak.
The little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks. I can't.
Whoa, hold on.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I hate these damn things.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
So you want one of those types specifically?
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
We'll get you a wet towel later.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell.
With his size, he could drag one back just by holding one leg.
And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Oh, then why am I even here then?
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
I'm sure we'll find the reason somewhere.
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Yeah, figured he would be like that.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
You and me both, sister.
But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
In a way, yes.
Are you all right,
Hail
Clement?
Caesar.
We thought we heard you scream.
She did.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Tomato, tomato.
Scream, in other words.
Thank you. You can't beat the allegations.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
He's right there, you know. When do I get my abilities anyway? Pretty sure they go over. See, Guardian is 92. Which I'm pretty sure just replaces Sentinel. Yeah, 92. Yep, multiples of 2, as per usual. Yeah, well. Wait, what? Can only be executed under the effect of Goring Blade Ready. Oh, they changed that up. I see. You know, I do only use Goring Blade right after I use Fight or Flight and then go into my sword magic. So you know what? I'll tie them together. Does mean I don't think I'll need it on the bar anymore. I need to test that out against something. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. Would you mind taking a sniff for me just to be sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Ew, no. Hey, I saw that look. Good. I meant you to see it. First of a new 10 levels. There's the hand gear. I picked up a couple other bits of gear from this new bit earlier. From some side quests back with the birds. And also in town. As Wook Lamont helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me wrangle a wild one? I forgot a 2 in there. With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those, then. That would make it too easy. Have you perhaps forgotten that we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. Lord Saddler. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. 10,000 pel, eh? You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Maybe if we all pitch in? Hell no, I'm not doing that. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the costs. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... lending us? That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Ah. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. Oh, I know this game. It's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. No, we're not turning it into 1 million. We're turning it into 10,000. It's only 1 million in gil. Heronville, will you be the brains here? We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Thank you! Oh, right, I panicked and got confused with Alphinaud's million gil. Uh-oh. It's walking up behind us. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wook Lamont goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Oh, you poor bastards. Gladly, although, Yuhime, I think you should go with Wook Lamont. Yes, I'll stop her. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over and surely have sage advice to share. Not in the slightest. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or sold in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Yuihime anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Oh good, it does turn into Goring Blade immediately. And it lasts like 10 seconds more in the actual battle effect. Eh. Ooh, someone else is dressed like me. Let's see, and then turns back. And is already halfway recharged. Yep, that'll work. Where am I going? Oh, here he is. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of... Dormammu. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. Yes, you can see it right in your hand. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. Good start, I suppose. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I expect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. 5,000 then. Well, it's still a much smaller deal, but something tells me it's not going to be that, is it? Hold on. Did I say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. Never mind, you're just as bad as Lalafels. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zor Jah will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. Yeah, ride those stupid spitting beasts into battle. Yeah, that'll be threatening, alright. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Bastard. Can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of us Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plan for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. How can you tell? Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakhui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn's servant to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. Now, the type of mezcal the saddlemaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. Yeah, she has a point there. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with a piece of Tuyololo on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration, so let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. There you go. Now we're moving up. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Aha! There's an idea. Of course, the Weaver! Balnak was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. Like there's something on my arm. Let me just check these again, see if I actually have room for them. Let's see. Guardian is an upgrade. Imperator. Seems like it will replace Requisicat. So let's just make sure. Imperator's 96. So let's see. Upgrades Requisicat to Imperator. Okay, yeah, that's just a replacement. Enhanced Blade of Valor will just be another move that goes in. Okay, so I actually have room to put teleport back in. Low blow down here, passage of arms, sprint, my mount, and teleport. There we go. Looks good to me. This is the spot. After Balnak talked to us, he went off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikuvlo's Inn. There it is. Most visitors to Wakunpelo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Really isn't all that far. This is some ugly giant badger bears. I like it. It's fairly pretty. Can I have that basket? Yeah, just don't trip or drop it. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Well, Knock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? We're trading up our way to 50,000? I've forgotten already. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal? You know what I just realized is a very weird... Seems to be a very weird... Well, it might just be a Wuk Lamat thing, but it seems like a very weird sexual dimorphism is, these guys have trimmed fingernails. She does not. Hers are just plain claws, unless that's part of the hand wraps. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Stop piercing your palms with your claws. Peace in Toral is what allows me to cross freely in the lands of into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garnet like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. Great! We've quintupled our investment. That's very generous, Bolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Yeah, but we better hope the momentum stays this high. Only because Yuhime remembered our Weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? Well, mastered is a bit of a stretch, I'd say. I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. That's true. All set, our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade. It's actually keeping track of this for us. Nice. Now what do we do? Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? Nah, that's my best guess. Then again, I have my thick armor. I got no need for a poncho. That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably landsguards or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movement. So we look for the presence of weapons. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Let's see. Wait, he's a lizard, but he's sweaty? And he's carrying a sword. I can't see anything on him. How about you, sweaty? Oh, never mind. He's got a stick. Disconcerted it is. See, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. And the rest of them disperse. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was by no choice of mine, believe me. It's getting harder and harder to talk. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuyololo and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Ooh, we doubled. Oh ho, from 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful, a foreign garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate. Okay, that's probably not mate then. And I thought to impress her with a tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. No! These ones will be the calm type, right? I can only assume. I don't understand the square cuts in those axes. Oop, ether current. Alright, now you ought to be added. There we go. I couldn't get any more from the bird area because apparently the half of them were locked off on a flip on the bottom half of the map, which I'm not able to go to. Do we have to ride these stupid things? Anyway, gunbreaker. My full Void Moon set has been passed on. And that means my nearly complete distance set really ought to be put in the glamour chest. That's it. That's what I was looking for. God damn my brain. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. Right. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Okay, it's a forced ride. Good. Fine with me. Yeah, I can imagine walking all the way there. It's what I'll have to be doing for most of this. I've seen taller mountains. To the highlands belonging to the Yakhui. What the heck was that thing? Uh-oh, that's something that should... That's a wild boss. Well, she's got a nice little dream to work for. And at the very least, this is getting me some decent experience points. Oh, another Aether Current. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikulvo's inn, and so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobli took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. He'd be fine with it. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. You need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add that to Wuklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. Let's make a deal! That's Meeplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. Number 1, rated salesman, 1997. Spampton! G. Spampton! Anyway, I'm gonna get that first. If I can. There we go. Hold on, did I just... Yes, I did. You have that little X for me? Yeah, and you can use it to do the pun joke. Thanks, now let's see what we can get for it. You're Meeplu, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, a Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Meeplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. Ah, we were too late. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the Third Promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration? I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the Second Promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuklamat. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. Look, we're just gonna have to take it, alright? We can't get the best out of every deal. I suppose it is fair, given your reasons. We ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. And you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. You, Hime, and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll make 5 good bundles from each of you. $15 total. There's a lookout spot up there. Alright, I can get there. Just a quick little boost of experience points is all. Lookout of the yard. I'm surprised that we did this without being told how we're supposed to do it. What, we should leave then? No. I brought you seeds. Acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. That's fair. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I'm prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Alright, we've quintupled again. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. I hate that I may need a cough drop this soon, but my throat is feeling especially agitated today. Ma Blue, what's wrong? Not what I meant to press. Well. Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. If I still feel like coughing after this, I may have to spray. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrrell's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobley held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? Try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? Did I read that right? I don't know. No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That's why you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Well, it's mostly. It's mostly me. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zoral Ja? Yeah, Two Head isn't even in the running. I mean, of course I am. I'm Wook of the Dawn's Promise, after all. There you go. Hype yourself up. $1,001 gil. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't want to risk proving Aaronville's point. Ready then? Our next step is the Mezcal Distillery. Just go on back. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Yuhime, perhaps Wook could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Me? I'm a chef from Tuyulol. I often come here to buy Gobli's Mezcal, the finest in Tural according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. That's kind of cheating, really. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. To take serious consideration in eating you. There's not much I can say about Gobli, but I can tell you what Gobli's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue. But it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. You can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Leverage my combat talents, eh? Gobli might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. Oh, I don't think the Dawn Servant will really care that much about how he looks. So, what did you find out? I'm probably going to have to kill some things. Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobli is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wook Lamont. I'm honestly getting tired of saying her full names. Nope, not up here. Up this way. You have business with me, madam? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? Oh, I see. Uh-oh, something goofy is about to happen. Now what's this about? Keep it brief if you would, I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal, just like that? No deal. No seal. Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Uh-oh. Don't fall for it. Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Let's go with the monsters. Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing. Oh, alright, fine then. Ubigo. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regulars, a Hubigo chief, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with the added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Alright, that's the final one then. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place, and so the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would be in your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I could secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Valak Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime supply for want of proper garments. That it could. Are you saying you have garments to offer, something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bal Nak, and his works are highly regarded in Tuyalolol. Ah. As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one which I would like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. And now we kill. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Grass stopped flying in our face. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Yuhime and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bal Nak. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wakun Pelo. Be safe. Now is coward killing time! Yeah, fine. That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Somebody's already gotten to killing. Well, you little punk. Atonement. Supplication. Sepulcher. I love it. This is making me start to think of Guacamelee. Let's bring out my goring blade. I love bringing out my magic swords. Oh, right. That's what that was. I forgot. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Moblu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Oh, now I know. It's making me think of Pianta Village for some reason. That's what the music is doing. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the latte leaves and a written introduction to Bull Knock as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Moblu. You are the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Moblu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now, should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. It was the ravages of the night that dried out my throat so bad like this. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. And she'll do her thing, and then we move on to the third, not Dragon Ball. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Whew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoral Ja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Wonder if he'll leave out the calming scents, though. Your commission is ready. Catching wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it. The saddle is ours. And to think we start out with only a 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. And then you'll have to go off and do it on your own. So, the rest of you appropriately smelly. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. You are going to stink. I know, this is something I need to learn. Why do I feel like... why am I waiting for the guitar to drop in this little ditty? Like... Da! Da da da! Da da da! Da da da! Great sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Vuklamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. Yeah, beg to differ. You're only now noticing that? Oh. He's back. What the? Having done exactly what he set out to do. The alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. Well, that's a shock. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuk-Lamat. Ah, shut it, starry eyes. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tiral can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. How would you know? How many battles have you fought? To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuyalolo all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. That's twisted. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. Oh, good to know he's read up on his history. Recent history, that is. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. Is that not what you're doing? This is why Gulol Jaja did not elevate the Mamul Ja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuyalolo, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. Does he share with that stooge of his? It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Zoral Ja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. Don't give me a home there. The Valley of Orun Kanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuk-Lamat off on our hunt. Look. Ah, good, there is a path. I've already killed your brothers. I don't feel like killing you either. Live your life, stupid mole. I can do this, I know I can.
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it.
You and me both, sister.
But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
Take what wisdom you can.
Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
And you?
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Yeah, you got a point there. Oh, geez, it really has been a while.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
Of course, it's in the job description.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
I like that phrase.
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian.
Mentor in what?
As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart. And off I went to become a gleaner.
And you've become jaded ever since.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was.
Huh.
And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Hey, first time he's ever had anything other than a frown on his face. The next day...
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
No, my ears are horns. Well, it ain't gold, but she got one.
I did it.
Wow, she sounds tired.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Ice blue sounds nice. Oh, I already have ice blue. Well, that's fine. It means I don't have to lose more space. There we go. Well, Clement still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Still in the 90s. I'm wondering if I should swap it off to another class. You again. Wonder if I should swap off to another class if I've still got, once I hit 92 and we go to the next, wherever the next place is. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea. Then Wook can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. Here's the gold one in the background. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Ja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpaca are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Uh-oh. I've seen memes of the Reg Chocobo boss fight, and I wonder if the golden alpaca will be much the same. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Golul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? Considering his size, he could pick one up with just 2 fingers. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuyulolo, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakhui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing 2-headed figure equal to the Yakhui in stature and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated... Oh, there's what his other head looks like. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakhui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. What the? Oh, Gray! Hi! Raid! Whoa, what a shock! It's been years since the last one I had. I am Doexis, currently running dd.exe, and we're just doing the MSQ stuff for the second attempt in 2 days. And it almost would have been... No, don't say it, don't say it, don't fucking say it, okay. And my throat is not in a great place to actually be doing voice work today, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to look into seeing if a computer and a humidifier can be in the same room together safely. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. A humidifier and a what? A computer. Here, have this Tic Tac. Or is it a Mike and Ike? I forgot. It's been in my pocket for so long. Yes, it can be. I worked with it multiple times. I just want to be sure, because knowing me, a humidifier, or just putting a humidifier in here with this computer to help soothe my my vocal cords, just as long as humidifier isn't directly blowing into it. Yes, I figured, but still, we have a history in this room of bad condensation, mostly when the AC breaks and it starts flooding. Starts trying to flood one corner of the room. Just wanting to be ultra careful about it, because whenever I do anything alone, unaided and unadvised, I end up making shit worse. I am a bull that must be led out of the china shop and should not be allowed to find my way out. Just as long as it's in the opposite side of the room, keep the door open. I can't keep the door open. That leads out to the garage. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. Lord Thomas, I gotta make Din Din before D&D tonight. Go ahead, man. Yeah, it's a dry throat cough. Ugh, that went down weird. I'm thankful to you as well, Wook. You've given me the courage to say that I wasn't sure or I could ever say. Tobly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make it exceptional, peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal? Then I suggest you talk to the Yakhoi. They once ruled over far more than just Urkelpacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yak'Tiral and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakhoi have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated? We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Well, at least it's only the clouds covering it this time. Oh, Kryl, I have a question I'd been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yak'Tiral around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey, yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Ooh, that's the most I've struggled with Coke for in a very long while. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Still think it sounds like a Matoran name or something I've heard in Star Wars before. Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuyalolol and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoral Jad's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wook. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. She has charisma. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. She has persuasion, he has intimidation. Alright. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoral Jad and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Alright, we're going back, huh? Sheesh. Ah, yes, back to the Wario theme. All right, I score, yes! Oop. A sight to see from. Ah, the very first one. How nice. Thank you. That was harder than it should have been. Don't know why. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. If this keeps up, I may have to just start talking quieter. Experience point jump. Oh shoot, I didn't notice the level requirement. Was it 91? We've now won keystones from both the Feats of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one? So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Gulol Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Let's visit the Giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yakhoi is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kozama Uka. This route will take us closer to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit. Yeah, maybe the problem is something else. Hold on a moment. Nope, I am just horribly dry. Okay then. I'm clicking on all the wrong things. Here we go. So we call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. Yep, this is what prevented me from going up and getting the rest of the Aether Currents. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in a storm. What are we going to do then? There's an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course, who do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. Oh yeah, you did. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropli, did I? He's the man in charge of Wakup. I'm not gonna try, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then. Come on, spawn back in, woman. Thank you. Not gonna comment on that name, that's just gross. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tyrrell's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Yuhime, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought her here to meet you, actually, though she might have reason to visit Waku sooner or later. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Oh, this guy. I remember him. I've seen that man somewhere before. The boat. Ugh. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fonjontaine? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... Yeah, he can't do it. And we're no closer to solving that enigma. Yeah, I wonder if you could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. Someone's trying to be VV, I see. Now, where'd he go? Oh, great. There's quite a distance to cover. Alright, well, let's see if I can't find him. You know what? I take it back from what I said earlier. I think I may have called this track like Pokemon music before. No, I think it's more like Skullgirls music now that I think about it. I feel like he wouldn't be further out on the beach. And yet he's not here. I do not like this. The entire area is just so much to cover. I never found these missions, these quests fun unless they were obvious. Oh, there he is. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him? Good, I'll be right there. Why'd you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Well, we're going to anyway. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind. So be it. I suppose I could share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I became Tutuyalola, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of old Eshtame's aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Sounds very familiar to me. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet as you witness, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent experience. Alright then. You offered a morsel, then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience with my predicament of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Yes, that's her life. Well, when you put it that way, haha, not me. I'm Wuklama, third promise of Tuyalolo. Stop lying to yourself. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? No, I'm the best. And yet, I do that all the time. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Well, there you have it. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important. Dadgummit, woman. Spawn in faster next time. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, but yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. Ah, shoot, it is 91. I may have lost my chance. Oh well. I'll just have to suffer somehow. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he has actually gone to talk with Ropley. Wow, 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 wow. Mahjong Master? I do not believe that in the slightest. Don't mess with us Yakuza players. We have no idea how to play Mahjong. It's kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I've found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Jean Fontaine, and I am a goldsmith from Olda and faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Waku. If you'll have me, I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wak is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. At least she actually puts it up to her at where her ear really is. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. I'm just gonna need to replace my water. Sheesh, super dry. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Waku artisan. Oh ho, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. I feel like his name is a saying in French or something. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Yeah, I'm just gonna need more freaking water. Sorry about it taking longer than usual. I just stopped with Dad to ask about where it might be. He doesn't know, so I'm gonna have to ask Mom when it's all over. And then he just reveals that, like, oh, came back from the docks, turns out he's got a heart problem. And it's just like, it's just, he's gonna need more surgeries and more visits, and it's just like, wonderful, great. More financial problems, and me being the loser that I am, I'm not able to help in any way, shape, or form. Just partly why I did the V-Shoujo audition. Like, I suck as I am, and if I could get a little, like, a support, like corporate-backed support, then maybe I can actually start helping them out. Actually make a fucking difference. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big plan. Boat? Propelled by a manatee? What is that? It's a punuti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. It's a freakish manatee is what it is. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. Yeah, but it doesn't look like she's even tied into the boat. How's that gonna work? First alpacas, now punutis. We're relying a lot on animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. Did it have to be my old nemesis, another boat? Well, I took you for someone who was up for the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozama Uka rowed these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tyrol now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Ah. Koana. Namati, traveling up the river, I presume? Going up Evil River to get Carmen. Or looking for the mouth of the river. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. Come again? Oh! That explains a lot. Tancred, Urianger, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. As I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarum, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. I was wondering when they were finally going to enter the plot. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrate on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Which is why he has a gun. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuyulolo spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place, if not there and now? Here and now. We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but is surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Koana and Wuklamat are vying for the throne. As Koana's entourage, does that mean you've resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Koana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. Well, you know you can't beat me. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. Even if you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. Tactical. I was gonna swallow that a different way, but something went wrong. It's true that I can't stand boats. Oh, I swallowed that very, very wrong. But I trust the route Arenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the Panuni to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away as far from the front of the boat as possible. And we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Arenville just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. And Kral will stand on guard with Yukime. Why me? Well, I suppose my range magic will too. I'll keep Arenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphanot. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. And I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. Well, if you can stay standing. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Oh boy. Not good. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a problem. Oh. I was afraid of that. Oh, okay. Let me just check this real quick. Level 91? Oh no. That means we're gonna have to grind against some of the others here. With my other classes until they're up to 91. Nuts. Alright then. Feels like a long time since I've tanked. Let's see if I'm still able to do it right. Reminds me of when we went through the Amazon. Only without some two-headed asshole chasing after us. Or ahead of us, whichever one it is. Two-headed asshole that is the internet's thirstiest fuck for. I know! Like, monster fuckers I would expect, but why is everybody else so want him? Like, you know, the moment you offer yourself up to him, he's just gonna kill you right then and there, right? Like, why fucking bother? What do? Just sit here and wait? Well, they want to be slayed by him. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen. All he's going to do is literally slay them. He's going to take his weapons and cut your freaking head off. That's what he's going to do. There is no chance of sex with that thing. And there never will be. They think they can fix him? No, no, that is not. That is also physically impossible. The internet is the internet. The internet needs to get cleaned up a little bit. Like, I get sticking boobs on an SCP. That's fine. Whatever. You're fundamentally changing what it is. But just to that also isn't happening. But just to fuck this guy as he is, it's just like, what is wrong with you? Like, there is no scenario you can possibly envision that will turn out how you want it to, no matter what you do. You want to keep him as he is. Because when you do change anything about him that changes him fundamentally, where it's like, if it is somehow you concoct a reality where he would fuck you, guess what? That's no longer him. You have fundamentally changed him into someone else entirely. That's just how this works. Am I seriously meant to do something here? Or do I just stand and wait? Okay. I could really use Donkey Kong right about now. It's all coming back to me. Alright, time to use my new combo. Put it to the real test. Whoa, fish. And flop, drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Alize, are you really having such trouble with one bird?
Hold still.
here's the question. Should we throw the fish back out, or should we keep them and fry them up later? Ah, she finally killed the bird. Took her long enough. Oh. Well, I suppose we're in the rainforest now. Yo, turn your blinkers on, jackass. Alright, let's do it. Fight or flight. Roaring Blade. Quizzicut. Confiteor. Blade of Faith. Arm's Length. Blade of Truth. Blade of Valor. Give you a bonk. Now, perfect chance to go through the whole thing. Atonement. Supplication. And Sepulchre. Uh-oh, what's he gonna do? You don't stomp? Oh. Vroom. It turns on blinkers. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna fix it or are we gonna get off? Okay, we're getting off. We run aground. Oh, look at that. Gonna have to kill one. So much for being docile. Aw, thank you. This is a new outfit I made just for this expansion. Well, also hairstyle. And I say made, but more like just put on. Oop. That thing's got some suck to it. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh my God, this is nuts. Oh, and now they're actual enemies. Oh boy. Okay. Very typical. Bit. kind of tricky. I just need a little healing and protection for myself, honestly. Uh-oh. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay, here we go. That's better. Whew. Bit strange, but not difficult to handle. Looks like we're about to find a secret base. Bats and a what the hell? Oh. Something that shouldn't exist, of course. I don't know why you want to kill that thing first. The bat would die faster. Music's nice. Got a really good beat to it. Speedy. I always go for the weirder choice to die first. You know, with Pictomancer being a thing, I feel like there's somebody out there that is going to make a character named Adeline from Kirby 64 and is just going to be that character. Oh, hey there. Yeah, you could say that. Jeez, Thancred. Don't be a dick about it. Ooh, slimes. They're so colorful. Now I don't like them quite as much. I don't like the fact that they're mimicking something that I have not seen yet. Scares me.
We mustn't hold back.
Thank you for stating the obvious. That's gonna bode ill for a future encounter, I'm sure. Use that a little too soon, I think. Always the wrong target.
Hold still.
I think this could pass as Mario Party music. Oh boy, what do we got here? Drowsy. Not the drowsy I'm usually know of, but... Damn it, what? I don't think I've kept a good track of... Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Uh-oh. I don't like this. I do not like this. This way. Yep, I was right. Oh, not again with the slimes. Hope that works. All right, down they went. Sneeze just like your typical doo-doos. Uh-oh. Phew. Damn it. Could have sworn that one was looking in a different direction. Eh, dead anyway. Fuzzy goo-goo doing belly dancing. Yep. Squish. Oh no. I know this does look kind of pretty. Nice piece. Ooh, rainbow too. Very nice. And now we've got our first jungle cats. That takes Zoe to Adventures Evil. Well, tell her to stay alive. Do not aggravate the DM. I can't even tell what I'm looking at with these pots. Told Claire like so she will try. Hey, if she's got all the right healing spells, shouldn't be that hard. Uh-oh. We've got a few that are already dead here, and oh my goodness, that's big. Oh great, we've got walking gators. Well, no, actually my mistake, these would be walking crocs. Healing spells, sorry, healing spells. Smite. What? No, that's Paladin. Bonk. Divine Smite. Ah, well, fine. And there go the trees. Oh no, not a big bug. Fight or fly? Yeah, I thought so. See you later, final boss. Oh, I totally forgot. I have to do it after this fight. Third time I clicked on Expiation and it didn't work. Well, it only worked this time. Anyway, yes. Food. Not like I'm gonna get that much more from this from here, but you know what? Any is better than none. Oh God. All the things. Divine Might. I'm gonna give you a bonk real quick. Alright, time to squash a big bug. Yeah, nice little amphitheater. Apollyon. It's like I'm fighting Final Fantasy's version of a Scyther. What are you gonna do now? Oh, cats. And the cats are dead. Great. Was I supposed to be able to stop that or something? Oh, I see. Okay. Levensicle. Okay, I was right. Ooh. Uh-oh. Worms.
Back off!
Try this!
It's trying to veal is what it's doing. Oh, okay. Whistle. Eh? Oh, okay, I see, I see. Ow, that came out too quick. Uh-oh. I need to get away. Whoa. Oh, I see. I get it, I get it.
No holding back!
This should
Over
do
here.
it!
There you go. Way to save up for it. Yay. Slight trick to it in the end. Yay, now I can have... Now I have the Guardian. Let's see. A River Breath Shield. Nah. My vessel is fine.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Guess not.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Oops, I didn't mean to click. I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug by the Yakhoi in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. Well, I appreciate the lesson, oh wise guide. Are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. Very nice waterfalls. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. Mr. Bones' wild ride. No, no more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. Boats seem to be like really annoying to some side characters. Like I remember when we were first introduced to Gosetsu, like he just fell over from starvation the moment he landed. Or after, a little bit after he landed, and now we have Wook here being sick of them. Well, sick on them. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There's a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who have ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you strength for a short walk, Wook? We can rest along the way, too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. But that's what you are. Look. Ignore me, it's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on, I'll follow. Very well, but if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promise or claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. Except for me, I have none. But Kryl, I... This is a skill all leaders require. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have gotten to the end of the universe on my own. I'm no ship engineer. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Just a moment. Some weird talk going on in what looks like general. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. Don't mind me. Ah, good. Just where I thought I'd be. Tegu. I almost mistook that as Tengu. No fight these. Oh, they're riding a gator. Nice gator. Alright, let me just get repairs out of the way first. Alright, not you. There we go. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Yeah, wasn't a very good movie, was it? And let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
Goofus and Galaf. Galuf.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue.
Ain't that sweet of him?
I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding. But the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people.
Hey, listen to yourself. That means you're already learning.
I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
I guess I'll just repeat myself.
don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean?
Close enough.
I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear
That's
the
half the
voices
battle.
of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
The other half is extreme violence.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali.
Good for you.
It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamart. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Nice to see he's feeling better about this whole thing. Meanwhile, in the Second Promises camp.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Ah, so they heard that.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Nah, you see, there's this one time Thancred got possessed and tried to kill us, and I had to beat his ass.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye, but we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions.
Oh yeah.
The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Well, you know, with your Astrologian remakes, reworking, I'm sure you'll perform better.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates. The head of the students of Bardessian.
And the savior of the entire universe.
And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us.
Make that a third.
Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray.
Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity.
Yeah, he's got a point there.
Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach.
We can only hope.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
Oh, yeah, he's right about that.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
And trickery. Meanwhile, with the first promise... look like teapot homes.
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention, when I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history.
Sure it can.
If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
Ooh, those are some loaded words.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
Ugh. Earlier with Bakul Jaja. There's the bug I killed.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all.
Never mind.
I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be a shame to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuli Yolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that?
Ugh, of course.
We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father.
I wonder, were they, no, never mind.
Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. But do it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet somehow I made it.
He's not gonna live past this
my arms,
cutscene, is
I
he?
can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings.
And now you see where that's got you.
Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Want to turn the fan off. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better, will be better, for myself and for my people. No, we're up to 92. That's... Alright, the Moblin settlement of Earthenshire, okay, is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favorite hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zoral Ja and the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Shush you. Yeah, finally be able to finish off the Aether Currents in this area. At least the ones I have to go and find. I was wondering when I would see a fate. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little farther ahead on the opposite bank of Miyaka. So let's remain vigilant all the same. Ooh, there's one right there. There we go. Bird of Lagaka. I'd rather have a bird of paradise. Oh, giant chameleons have returned. Oh, weird little sting in my finger, my thumb. This is it, the village where the Lay of Pots from the Tuyololo saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? The settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. The Shire appears custom-built to resemble Pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the Third Promise and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. Oh, actually making noises. Interesting. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Redirock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can get straight to performing the feat. As much as Redirock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. There is no time for feats or metal tests. Sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught up in its path. Not the same change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworns with tools, materials, living quarters. I can't stop. I can't not read that and think of The Legend of Zelda. Everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tyrol. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best they can offer, I should have never left Waku. Huh. Dressed the same as the lad we just helped, but he was dressed like that before coming here. That's weird. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something and do it soon. Let's stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to the beginning of the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. I suppose I say I'll have to help, even though I have not taken any levels in crafting. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. Well, I'll help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Redirock, truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the Third Province can assist help hand Rakarok. Rada. You other four, follow Redirock. There are other help hands in need of help lending. I really do appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength, no more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. In a way, I suppose that'll work. Let's find this Rakarok fellow and see what we can do for him. Not interested in the slightest. Just getting you out of the way. Rakarok can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken, and the pots are emptying. You come to aid Rakarok? Rakarok accepts your hand lending with joyous feel smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Now, the question is, what class should now be getting upgraded weapons? Or upgraded gear, I suppose. Yeah, right, my ninja's still using the free 89 weapon, so... Then again, so is my dancer. Yeah, fine. It'll be ninja. Ruthenium knives. Yep, unusable. 92, as it said. Next is chest pieces. What Rakarok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Rakarok took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight asks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guest think. Please guest think with Rakarok. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. Really, they should ask, though. Ooh, that went all the way to my arm. This is where Kahi works, is it? Let's take a peek inside, then. That must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guest think. Looked to me like he was overheated. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. Must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How can anyone work in that stifling heat? They have faces. He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot or it loses its savor. Do you not mean flavor? Those stools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones? Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea what things Kahi might want to improve in his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rakarok. Just preparing again. You made your observations. What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? I don't know. Have you tried putting cheese in it? You're supposed to be very good at cheese, aren't you? Ah, but Rakarok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Konoha is also a Hitsaro, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rakarok never would have thought of that. Would the third promised mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all, but I don't think that was the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. The Hitsaro homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahi seems to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. You know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So we salvage them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us? Yes, I could. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahi's files and saws and things are very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order? Ah, Rakarok was too preoccupied with stocking materials. A serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. And we all have our work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The shoals of no return are past the crags, through a tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. To make a circle somehow. We've got walking trees. You're Yuhime, aren't you? What brings you out here? Ah, the issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlian instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Well, each one brings a unique style to their work. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We were on our way back from procuring herbs for Urianger, in fact. Settlements in Kozama Uka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn's servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how good we can achieve with Charlian technology. He's a little too focused on that, really. My apologies, I have much to consider. If you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care. Ah, that must be the hole. That kind of hurt a little. Well, thanks for taking away my worry about that chameleon then. Ooh, good. Another current. Let's see. Fiery orange crystal. That's surely not it. Perhaps pale blue here. Feels damp in your hand. It does not appear to be the wind crystal you seek. Ah, yes, of course. Wind is more green than blue in this. That means this should be it. And in a soothing whisper of wind, it seems you found the crystal Rakarok sent you to salvage. No, dadgummit. Already synced up. Eh, one day I'll have a regular umbrella. I kind of like the charm of my leaf. Is that a cool breeze Rakarok feels? Yes, thanks. Thank you for finding a drafty shard. Rakarok will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetsaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pot pack. I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a potsworn. Oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volok Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Earth and Shard's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill after all. Forgive my interruption. Lamadi, I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. It's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kozama Uga's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. Even Charlian goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuiulola, unfortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft could do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetsaro, more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tyrell's various peoples was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hitsaro? I have a few fond memories of nomadic life. Seems we have the source of his issues. Rakarak is very grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guesting. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potshorn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. Yeah, let's get some aiming affinity here. Just try to shape it all up into one bit. Now let's see here. Just to be sure. Yep, it's better than the Void Moon. Okay. If I can get my machinist to be uniform with all this new gear, then I can pass that on to the all the rest of this Void Moon stuff onto the dancer to make that fair as well. That reminds me. Oh, never mind then. That's right, I couldn't equip the weapon to anyone. I think for the sake of my throat, I should stop here. Gonna have to look up how safe it is to have a humidifier in the same room as a computer. And hope and pray that the information is not horrifically outdated. Because that's just how it is for me nearly all the time I search for anything. The info is just very, very outdated. Alright, going off to raid Lum. They're doing lemmings on a real Amiga. Anyway, I don't have my thing out, so please follow if you like. Thanks for watching. Peace be with you. Peace be with you, and may the forces of evil be confused on the way to your home. Bye.